and they were closed, like for a whole month for the summer. December 15th meeting of the Scarborough Town Council to order. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Councillor Alquist. Here. Councillor Holbrook.
Here.
Councillor Sullivan. Councillor DeAndrea.
Here.
Councillor Rancourt. Councillor Wood.
Here.
Chairperson Roy.
Here. My understanding, both Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Rancourt will be here shortly.
Order number 10109, at the request, act on the request for an executive session pursuant to Title I MSRA, Section 405-6E, for consultation between the Town Council and the Town Attorney concerning the legal rights and duties of the Council.
Do I have a motion?
Yeah, in the motion.
Second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? The council will adjourn to the manager's conference room to return to public session.
some, yeah. Good. Dessert.
Where the heck did they put it? I got these new mints. I got them at Lois's.
And it's going to be added as 117.
Speaking of, we get them all. Oh, crying out.
Meeting will come back to order.
Not the appropriate time in my
Before we begin with the public comment section, hopefully everybody's got an agenda or has an availability of an agenda. Just remind everybody of the process. First, number one, if you have a cell phone, would you please turn it off because it does interfere with our communications system. The general public comment section is a 3-minute period at the beginning of the meeting. And we try to hold that time to 30 minutes, and I'm going to try to really do that tonight because we want to get about talking about the orders that everybody's concerned with. So if you would be succinct with your comments, if it's something new, certainly we'd like to hear that. And if the previous speaker has identified 2 out of the 3 things you were going to talk about, you could concur with them and then move forward, just for the purpose of expediting that comment period. And then certainly, as we move along with each agenda item, once the town clerk has read the item, the action item, then I will look at if there are any public who would like to speak at that time, and then again, you will be allotted the 3-minute period prior to that. And then after those comments are finished, the council then will make a motion and second it. And once the council makes a motion and second it, then it becomes a council discussion, okay? The other important thing that I wanted to make note of tonight, I know that many of you are here because of Tegan's speech. And just keep in mind that number 1, this is still first reading, okay? And it will be followed in 2 weeks with our first meeting in January, which will be the public hearing, which will give you another opportunity. Tonight, there may be some compromise amendments made from a council level, which will give you some new food for thought for that public hearing, okay? Be assured that it is not a done deal. What is before us are the recommendations from the ad hoc committee. It has not been discussed, nor debated, nor perhaps amended in any way by the council who sits. So, keep those thoughts in mind as you make your comments. And make your comments to the issue, not to people. That's really important, and we will concur with that same approach. So, with that, I will open it to public comment. General comment, and if you want to speak, if you would kind of queue up behind the speaker, that would expedite the process as well. Thank you. Please give your name and your address.
Scott Furr, 16 Old Colony Lane. I'm going to go quickly because I got to get these kids back home. But I attended and spoke at the last meeting on December 1st regarding the proposed parking changes to Higgins Beach. I then went home and watched the remainder of the meeting on the public access channel. And I was rather confused and shocked at the response of some of the council members on the topic. I understand it was late. However, it doesn't mean that some of the council members should flippantly toss aside some of the comments of the residents who voiced their opinions. I thought people brought up some good concerns, and I didn't hear much discussion on those things. Likewise, I understand the ad hoc committee spent a lot of time on the subject, and their efforts should not be dismissed either. There's some good aspects within the committee report, but they are overshadowed by some rather outlandish ones. I do think the town council should take into consideration the rather massive response of the community against the proposals that the ad hoc committee put forth. Just because they put a lot of time and effort in doesn't mean that those recommendations should be adopted, which is kind of what I heard at the previous meeting. As myself and others in the community slowly discovered the recommendations, and I think that's what's happened, is people have discovered these and heard about them. It's been an overwhelming response. Various council members at the last meeting voiced that they were sick of receiving emails on this topic. I hope that would set off red flags that perhaps you're moving in the wrong direction and the citizens of the town are not behind these proposals. I personally was frustrated with what I read in the ad hoc committee report, that I was motivated to join the effort to collect signatures for the petition to revert all parking at Higgins to be in line with the other town beaches. In the several hours I spent collecting signatures, I still have yet to meet anyone who wasn't willing to sign the petition. On another note, I'd really like the council to stop viewing this as a surfer issue. This isn't about surfing, it's about the right to use a natural public resource in the off-season in an unrestricted manner. We aren't even fighting for on-season parking, which myself and many of my neighbors would be in favor of. Councilmember Wood said at the last meeting that Higgins Beach is unique, and it is, that it has surf, but actually all the beaches of Scarborough have surf. And Higgins Beach is unique in the fact that it's the only beach in Scarborough that doesn't have beachfront on-season parking. And some of these proposals would restrict the off-season parking. The other town beaches do not have off-season restrictions. If there's an issue with surfer behavior, that's not a parking issue. I personally have not experienced anything but politeness and respect from the surfers when I've been at Higgins. I also get the impression that many on the council view the purchase of the parking lot as a replacement for the beachfront the parking lot as a replacement for the beachfront parking. I'm a father of 3 young children, as you can see, and we frequent the beaches often, all of them. I especially enjoy the fact that I can drive up with my kids to Scarborough Beach and hop out and enjoy the beach with my children. I'm sorry, but it isn't realistic to be able to hop out with 3 young kids and walk the 2 or 2.5 blocks down from the Higgins Beach parking lot. So it's nice, especially in the off-season, to be able to park up front. I don't think that it's the 6 spots that are being proposed are adequate, 2 of which will probably be handicapped, so that would be 4 spots, so I'd be forced to wait for a supposed one of those 4 spots. I personally donated money to help purchase the town lot in the spirit that it be used for public use. I think that you'll also find that citizens aren't in favor of restrictions within that lot, that there should be as much parking as possible made in that lot. Finally, I want to thank you for your patience in dealing with this issue. I understand there's a lot of passion on the subject on both sides. I do, however, wonder how a small handful of residents are able to sway the council so much that there is such overwhelming opposition to these proposals. At the last meeting, not one citizen of our town got up and spoke in favor of these proposals. At the last meeting, not one citizen of our town got up and spoke in favor of them. In fact, I believe 3 residents of Higgins Beach actually voiced opposition to the proposals. I'm wondering why these mystery property owners who support these restrictions, where are they? Perhaps they are away for the season.
Could you summarize, because you're running over?
You bet. I am a Scarborough property owner, and I'm here at this meeting, and I'm asking you to reevaluate the position of this town in the parking situation at Higgins Beach. If you're in doubt, why not put it on a public ballot? I think that would end any argument. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Those 3 kids did.
Again, I will state, the council has made no decisions. The council has had no discussion at this point, so don't make assumptions at this point.
Good evening.
Thank you.
My name is Pat LaFave, and I live at 3 Fairway Drive here in Scarborough. I, along with all the members of the council, and by my count, about 40 other people, were here until 11:45 2 weeks ago. And I'm glad that I stayed because the issue that I am interested in didn't come up, and I understand at that time it couldn't because it got so late, about 10:30. Madam Chairman had to say that the only thing you could speak on were the 3 items that were going to be addressed. I presume that there's more to that than I saw. I don't know why the ad hoc committee would not have included the public parking lot, which is what came up afterward, and that's what I was interested in. So that's why I couldn't speak before. I have a very simple request and just one comment before I make it. As has been brought out and will be brought out again tonight, Scarborough is a great place to live, and we have a great diversity. And as the old expression goes, we have some fortunate people for whom money is no object. You can charge $50 to park in that lot. It isn't going to be a problem. And then there's some folks like me, retired, senior citizens and so forth. And it's very important to me. I love to walk, I love to go to the beach, but I'll have to admit that if I were going down for an hour or 2 on a nice afternoon, I might think seriously about the $10, particularly if I wanted to do it twice. For all of you who love the beach as much as I do, you know what I'm holding here. That you can't read from this distance. This is a 2010 Scarborough Senior Citizen Pass, put my glasses on to be exact, to Ferry and Pine Point beaches. I go and pick one up every year, and I am very grateful that I am able to get this for free. However, I have stood there with some frequently young families, little children, and I don't know, probably one of you do, what the current cost is to a citizen who doesn't get it for free. I think the last time I saw this lady, it was like about $30. What I'm asking, to me, is so simple, I do hope you'll consider, is simply to add 2 words. These get printed out every year, so there'll be a new 2011 one. If you put Higgins Beach on here, I doubt they'd charge you anything extra, not enough that that would be a consideration. And it would make the new lot, as a couple of gentlemen were discussing on the council, hey, you want to see it used? Well, it certainly would be used by me and presumably by some other people much more frequently, the same way that Pine Point and Ferry is. It will simply bring it into line with the usage for the citizens who, of course, bought it with tax money. And I thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you, Pat.
Good evening. My name is David Sullivan. I'm a resident at 7 Elbridge Oliver Way here in Scarborough. I'm a fisherman. I'm a surfer. I'm a father of 2 kids who love the beach at all times of the year. And I have 2 aging parents who love nothing more than to go to Higgins when they visit us for a casual walk on the beach. My family had many reasons for choosing to move to Scarborough. However, one of the top 3 were the beaches, Higgins in particular, and the promise of year-round access. Unfortunately, this very access to the public beach is at risk, and this is not the way life should be as the sign advertises when you drive into the state. Had I known at the time of our home purchase that the beach access would be in jeopardy, I would have thought seriously about taking my family and property taxes to another town in southern Maine. I know that my family is representative of the type of family that Scarborough wants to see in this community. I know that for a fact. We're active, involved in the school and community, tax-paying, and generally contributing in many positive ways. The consequences of any parking ban will help drive away families like mine considering Scarborough for a new home and a community. The problems with this ban, however, extend beyond community values and impacting families' rights to access. Namely, it will impact our businesses, our local businesses. Scarborough makes a significant strategic investment in generating opportunity for the businesses in our town. I've heard recently from some local businesses that we're already driving some visitors away with the current parking regulations. This parking ban as proposed, without question, is going to compound the problem. It's going to send the fishing, surfing, and beach walking visitors to other towns with more access-friendly rules. The result? Our local businesses will be impacted and will suffer. Oak Hill businesses, Cabela's, who we fought so hard to bring into this town, surf shops, sandwich and coffee shops, the gas stations, motels, I think you get the picture. The near-term financial impact is going to be difficult to measure, there's no question. However, this issue is being watched from near, and it's also being watched from afar. And if a ban is approved, the word will spread that Scarborough doesn't want its visitors here, unless you can afford a $5,000 to $10,000 a week beach house rental, which in most cases, well, I shouldn't say most, many cases, is probably going to benefit an out-of-town property investor. The message is going to be clear. Take your business elsewhere. If we make a decision to ban parking, the long-term impact will be real, it'll be significant, and it will be irreversible. In addition to the ban on street parking, I'm concerned about the uncertainty of the plans for the dirt lot across from the Higgins Beach Inn. I recognize that that's going to be addressed this evening, and the lady just addressed it a little bit before me. However, I do want to make a comment that when this transaction was being considered and funded by many in the southern Maine community as well as the town went to some lengths to talk about plans for operating a Ferry Beach / Pine Point Beach type town lot as a way to drum up support and funding for the purchase. To do anything less than what was advertised during the purchase would be a huge mistake, and in my opinion, will end up costing the town.
Can you summarize fairly soon?
Yes.
Please.
Which brings me to my last comments. The issue has already cost the town. It's cost the taxpayers and the people who have been forced to organize to maintain access for the community. Many people have taken countless hours from work, family, to make their voices heard so this ban does not occur. In my opinion, it should never have come up in front of the council in the first place. It's a public beach with roads, sidewalks, and a seawall funded by taxpayers' hard-earned money. Any ban will cost the town more money in enforcement, and worse, will cost the town in lost revenue and lost credibility with our neighbors and visitors throughout New England. Let's put an end to this wasteful spending tonight. and I'm here to offer a simple solution. Instead of spending money on implementing and enforcing a ban, let's work together. Let's form a voluntary task force that will make a regular effort to educate Higgins Beach visitors on the value of the town asset and the uniqueness of the setting amongst Higgins Beach homeowners. Call it a Beach Access Community Watch, organized by people in this room, Surfrider, the town, people generally concerned about access to the beach, and with a goal to embrace and educate visitors, not send them away. Thank you very much to the council and to everyone here for your passion, your efforts, and for hearing me this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask, though, everybody, please try to stay to the 3 minutes, because we've only got 15 more minutes of the 30-minute session, but we will have more time prior to each of the orders. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Douglas Lundiers from 26 Fowler Farm Road, Scarborough. I'll keep it short and sweet. You've heard me speak before, so what I'm here to do is to give you the third batch of signatures in support of the on-street parking during the off-season. Basically, all these people want to see the Higgins Beach on-street parking run in exactly the same way as the other beaches in the town. And just to be brief, the signatures now have a total count of 897. Of this, Scarborough signatures, that's town residents, 264, and climbing fast. So the word's out. The 264 Scarborough residents, they are residents here during the off-season. They're all here. They want to see on-street parking. They don't go out of town during the off-season. They're here for the hard winter. They all enjoy using the beach. And I think you'll see these numbers climb very, very quickly. We're out there canvassing, and I hope you take them into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Drew Guire. I'm at 26 Ocean at Higgins Beach. Though we've owned our house there at the beach for over 10 years, we've lived at Higgins for now over 2 years. I'm married and have 2 children, and rarely do I bother to show up and speak at these forums, but lately 2 factors have entered into my logic to compel me to speak my mind. First, as a resident of the beach, I feel as though we are under attack. My neighbors and I don't have a Facebook page or a Higgins is for only Higgins folk website. No, modestly, we get our word around the old-fashioned way as we walk our dogs, catch a neighbor rolling out their trash cans. We stop and discuss the weather, and only recently the latest goings-on regarding the parking issue. And I can tell you with overwhelming certainty that these Surfriders depict in their barrage of negative and misleading ads and editorials are not the people that I speak to almost daily in my neighborhood. Rather, I would argue that they are actually a small handful of rogue surfers that have stepped up this issue, fanning the embers in order to really make a complete muddled mess out of this very simple matter. I suppose the psychiatrists would call it projecting. Recently, I Googled Higgins Beach parking issues and discovered that almost a year ago when the lot was purchased, everyone was happy. Higgins Beach residents, Surfrider, everybody. In fact, Janice Parent, who heads a local Surfrider chapter, was actually quoted as being delighted with the council's decision. And she gushed, saying she wanted to scream right now with happiness. She went on to say the only way most surfers, swimmers, and other beachgoers who don't live at Higgins Beach can get there is to drive. And with a street parking ban at the beach that runs from April to September, the parking lot is essential for public access. In an article dated 1 April 2010 by Terry Turner of the Trust for Public Land, Janice Parent was quoted as saying, quote, "The town ownership of the Higgins Beach parking lot assures all beach users easy and friendly access to this very precious beach forever," unquote. Dana Eastman of the Tackle Shop in Portland, Maine, a fisherman, said, "A public parking lot at Higgins Beach is as important as the water is to fishermen. Parking at Higgins Beach has always been a problem, and without it, there is no access to fishing at Higgins and the mouth of the Spurwink River." Prior to these articles, in a televised interview with WMTW on 5 February 2010, Ms. Print said, she quoted as saying, "The town essentially took away about 12 parking spots from the surfers with the construction of the new seawall and didn't give them back anything in return. and presumably she meant that that was the more relaxed on-street parking periods that at the time they were lobbying for. In fact, the town manager in that same WMTW interviews even alluded to a solution of the parking issues with the purchase of the lot. I can give you references to all of these. That's my time, I'm sorry. I'll press. Well, the town bought the lot, and apparently that wasn't good enough for some. So there you have a short recap. What was once all about public access suddenly morphed into convenience. Now to the second reason I speak. As a taxpayer, I've noticed that the town can afford to buy the lot at the insistence of a few, yet force parents to pay to allow their children to represent the town school in sports. That alone is a shame. But the bigger shame will be if no one uses the lot that will eventually have a price tag of close to $1 million. What better way to get the most bang for our tax dollars than to insist on its use? As a taxpayer, I thought that was what I was getting for my taxes. So please consider the enactment of the new parking recommendations. 30-minute parking will ensure vehicle turnover and reduce the dangers of older vehicles that leak oil from spoiling the dune. As a dog walker myself, dog walkers need no more than 30 minutes. And if they do, they can walk down from Pearl. 30 minutes enables elderly people ample time to come to Higgins Beach and vicariously enjoy watching young beachgoers as they sit on the neighborhood-donated benches. If surfers are allowed to hog Bayview all day long, then the real beach users, the ones Surfrider purports to support, will never have a chance to conveniently access the beach. Picture an elderly woman pushing a walker down the length of ocean as a self-interested, young, presumably healthy surfer enjoys himself in the waves at her expense.
Mr. Dwyer, you're at 4.5 minutes now.
So in closing, I hope you, like I, are leery of those who doth protest too much. It just doesn't make any sense.
Thank you very much. I apologize, but I'm trying to give everybody an opportunity, and I think we need to be fair to everybody.
My name is Paul DeRocha, and I live at 4 Ronda Drive in Scarborough. I do not live at Pine Point. I do not live at Higgins Beach. I am not a surfer, and I don't even like the beach. However, with this proposal for further restrictions to reasonable access to public places by the public, I see some disturbing trends and attitudes in this town's general government in the past 10 years. I've been a resident here for 28 years. I've been a State of Maine resident for 72 years. And for example, there was a closure of a small boat access to the Spurwink River, which has been available since 1638 without any major environmental damage. Although this was done by another agency, the town of Scarborough appears to have put in a minimal effort to resolve it. Closure of a public access to the marsh because of a complaint by a resident. When I asked why this was closed off, I was told, we can't be bothered running down there every time we got a complaint. This was later reopened when I informed the town manager that the state of Maine required vehicle access to this right of way. Further restricting access to Pine Point Beach by trading public street for an arrangement that is ideal for a town with public transportation. Since Scarborough has no public transportation system and is quite large in area, it is generally accepted that in today's world, motor vehicles are a common mode of transportation and must be reasonably accommodated. Creating a public transportation system to serve area beaches should be looked at as one method to solve this problem in the long term. Normally, parking restrictions are only applied to areas of public safety. Usually when a street or public way is not wide enough to accommodate access for police or fire apparatus. However, it appears in recent years that public safety has been an excuse for various forms of pressure by government and private groups to restrict restrict public access. If you live at or near public areas, you should expect to have the public present. It appears that since one-way streets at Higgins Beach are okay for parking of vehicles from October 31st until April 1st, there is no public safety problem. Why then are vehicles not allowed the rest of the year? This appears to be a case of residents putting pressure on local government to restrict access so-called public sites, in this case streets and beach access by the public, or government saying we can't be bothered with the public. The answer to this seems to be that we are going to buy a parking lot to rectify this problem, which shouldn't be a problem in the first place. Since public nudity is not encouraged, because that was mentioned as a reason, I suggest that this is an enforcement problem if it's against the law. I therefore encourage this council not to place further restrictions on parking in public areas for the sake of appeasement of pressure groups. In fact, I think you should review and consider removing parking restrictions in some public places that are now in effect. Thank you.
We have time for one more.
Thank you. I'll be brief so we can maybe get, there's a line building out there. My name is Sean Casto. I live at 14 Hamilton Street in South Portland, Maine. I came today to reiterate a lot of what majority of folks of Scarborough are saying and to urge you not to vote in favor of the proposed changes. Though Higgins is a town beach, it is a regional resource, and I encourage you to manage Higgins as a regional resource and not just a select few that live in the neighborhood. A simple argument can be made like this. As you know very well, federal and state taxpayer dollars were used to rebuild the seawall last year. The seawall cost approximately $600,000 to build. Approximately $250,000 of those dollars were used from FEMA and state funds. In other words, other residents, non-residents, and residents of Scarborough, and I paid for about 40% of that wall through our tax dollars. In other words, my tax dollars went to save these people's houses who live right on the beachfront at Higgins Beach. Thus, Higgins Beach is a regional resource and regional value and should be managed as one. That said, I'm aware of almost 1,000 signatures that have been submitted to the council, and some of them are not Scarborough residents. I urge you to consider these non-resident and resident signatures with equal weight to the town. I would further like to quickly address the ad hoc committee report briefly. As a professional scientist, my perspective on the report shows an obvious innate bias to the conclusions and recommendations of the report. The report's entire argument is based on safety concerns. Regarding this, over the decade that I've been visiting Higgins Beach, I have never seen any issues of safety. The street is plenty wide for school buses, emergency vehicles, and pedestrians, all at the same time. Folks that drive on the beach generally drive slower than the allotted speed limit. Without safety concerns, the entire ad hoc committee's recommendations and report is debunked. I would recommend either one, conducting an official traffic study by a traffic engineer prior to making any traffic decisions based on this report. Or two, simply reviewing the traffic records of the town and safety issues from possibly the police department of the town. I'm positive you will see that there's no basis for the ad hoc committee's report and assertion of safety issues. I thank you for your time and urge you, like many others in attendance, to reject the proposed changes of the Higgins Beach parking. Thank you.
One.
One page. I'm Jack Kelly, 19 Oceanwood Drive, Scarborough. I'm glad I was last after all the previous speakers, because Joseph Goebbels is credited with to tell a big lie often enough, and the people will believe it. Following his advice, a well-funded group is taking half-page ads in the Leader, writing to the editor and calling Higgins a public beach. Higgins is not a public beach. In its Wells Moody decision, the Maine Supreme Court says it's a private beach to which the public has historically had access. The town attorneys say there is a prescriptive access to the beach. Farmer Higgins sold lots at the beach with ownership down to the low water mark. People didn't mind too much. They let people come and use the water, and they made a mistake. If they had objected then, we wouldn't have the problem we have now. To be short, the next step is lifeguards, changing stations, toilets, and a sandwich shop. If it isn't stopped now, that's where it's going. The town has already gone to the point of putting a parking lot to make it convenient, and a block and a half is not too much to have to walk. If we let them go now and keep calling it a public beach, the rest is going to follow. Higgins Beach is a residential neighborhood. We depend on you to keep it that way. Thank you.
How many more people are out in line? Just the two. Because the council certainly has not had, again, the opportunity to even weigh in on this as yet. And you're going to have another chance in a few minutes once we do a few other things. We're the ones that are going to make the ultimate decision, so I'm trying to really, keep it time-wise, so we're not here till midnight again and we lose our tempers and reap the wrath of public reacting to us being exhausted, so.
Yeah.
You can, we've got, under the old business, we're going to be talking about these three items, and so you have an opportunity to get up again. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Minutes of the December 1st meeting.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any errors, corrections, omissions? All those in favor? Thank you. Adjustments to the agenda. Councilor Wood.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to add to our agenda, under order number 10117, language that directs the town manager to prepare a letter for signature by the council chair addressed to the Maine Public Utilities Commission and the town's legislative delegation, expressing the position of the town council that no smart meters should be installed in Scarborough without prior notice to the customer of the date and time of the installation, and all customers be given the option of choosing not to have a wireless smart meter installed.
Thank you. Is there a second to that adjustment?
Second.
And that will be at the end of the agenda after item 10-116.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
All those in favor of that? Items to be signed, treasurer's warrants. There are none.
Order number 10-110 is a 7 p.m. public hearing and action on the new request for a food handler's license from Wingling Inc., doing business as Wingley, located at 6118 U.S. Route 1, and Cumberland Farms Inc., doing business as Cumberland Farms 5617, located at 441 Payne Road.
We'll open the public hearing. Anybody who would like to make comments on the food handler's license for Wingley Inc.? Seeing nobody, close the public hearing.
Move approval.
Second. Any comments, discussion? All those in favor? Thank you.
Order number 10-111 is a 7 p.m. public hearing and action on the following renewal request for a mobile home manufactured housing community permit. Crystal Springs, located at Route 22, owned by Lee Alex LLC. Pinecrest Manufactured Housing Community at 126 U.S. Route 1, owned by Teresa DeFossis, and Hillcrest Manufactured Housing Community at 126 U.S. Route 1, also owned by Teresa DeFossis.
So I move approval to divide the question and take Pinecrest Manufactured Housing Community and Hillcrest Manufactured Housing Community as one item and Crystal Springs as one item.
We got to open the public hearing
Gotta open the
first.
public hearing first. I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to make comments about these three mobile home manufactured housing community permits? Crystal Springs, Pines Crest Manufactured Housing, and Hillcrest Manufactured Housing. Hearing no comments from the public. The motion, as Councilor Elquist previously stated. Second on that?
I think I heard a second. I'll second. Second. I'll second the motion for division.
And
Counselor Elquist.
All in favor?
Yep. All those in favor? Okay.
Okay. Move approval on the renewal requests for Pinecrest Manufactured Housing Community and Hillcrest Manufactured Housing Community for a mobile home/manufactured housing community permit.
Second.
Comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you.
Move approval on the renewal request for Crystal Springs for a mobile home/manufactured housing community permit with a condition that the owner comply with the notice of violation letter dated December 15th, 2010, issued by the Code Enforcement Office. Once the Town Clerk's Office has been notified by the Code Enforcement Office that all violations have been corrected, the mobile home/manufactured housing community permit will be issued.
I'll second that.
Discussion or comments? Councilor Wood?
Quick question to the chair. Tony, has the applicant in front of us now, have a history of issues related to
Yes,
this activity?
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
There were a number of items that are identified in the notice of violation that you have copies of.
Yeah.
Unregistered, uninspected vehicles, leaking oil tanks, propane tank that had sunk into the ground, so there were a number of things that they were not in compliance.
Okay. Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion as with the restrictions? Thank you. Non-action items. The town manager is going to do a presentation of the Higgins Beach parking lot concept plan. Hear my words, concept plan. It is not a done deal. This concept plan has been presented to the public at Higgins Beach on 2 occasions. I believe there have been modifications of that with those 2 meetings. This is the first time the town council has seen this concept plan. And so I will let the town manager walk us through that. Listen carefully so you know the components of it, so that there's not misinformation out there, because this is what we're having a problem with lately. So with that, Tom, do you need my pointer?
Not yet, but I'm
Okay.
sure you'll jump in if I do. Madam Chair and members of council, it's certainly not lost on me that you're the last to know about this, and that was a bit by design, and I take whatever comes my way in terms of process. And I'd like to take a moment just to introduce the process and really what brings us to this point tonight. As everyone's aware, the council, I think, took the bold move of working with some partners and securing this lot to really assure and enhance public access for forevermore, if you will, at Higgins Beach, and I think that was a very important and bold move. Shortly thereafter, with the council's consent, I embarked on a process and assembled a bit of a task force, if you will, to begin to understand some of the dynamics, some of the issues associated with that lot, and assembled a team that was comprised of a number of my staff. We have Jim Wendell, the town engineer, Bruce Gullifer, the community services director, Mike Shaw, public works director, offered some input. Councilor Wood attended some of those meetings, and we also had a couple of members from the neighborhood, if you will, kind of the local flavor. Our initial process was really kind of the reconnaissance, and we spent a lot of time interviewing each and individual immediate abutter, appreciating that they had a unique and different appreciation for the details, not just as a user, but someone who lives with it, the good and the bad, if you will. And we did learn a lot about that, and we thought that was very important to spend whatever time it took to appreciate those nuances, if you will, up front. And so we could take those into consideration from the earliest times we started to think about things. As that process progressed, we did bring on some design professionals to help us understand the mechanics of and engineering details of the lot and some of the things that we'd like to share with you this evening. All of that effort culminated in some initial concept plans that we did test with the neighborhood at 2 different occasions, the first of which was done September 22nd. We had a well-attended meeting at the clubhouse down at Higgins Beach. I don't know the capacity of the clubhouse, but it was full. 70 or 80 is my estimate. Very warm reception we received, but certainly we received a lot of good critical input and constructive criticism, I'll say. And with that information, we went back to the table, if you will, redesigned some things, and re-engaged with the neighbors, actually here at Town Hall, the following month in late November. Many of those plans have been kind of circulating, and as I said at the outset, I do apologize for the council not seeing this initially, but at the risk of annoying you, I thought it was important to do a lot of that legwork and appreciate from those that really have a direct appreciation for some of those challenges before it ever saw the formal light of day before the council. Before I jump in and allow the design professionals to really walk you through the particulars, I just want to mention, at least in my mind, I had 3 basic themes that I tried to keep in my mind as we move forward. For this to be successful from my perspective, we needed to achieve all 3 of these things. And the first is the lot to be convenient, meaning it needs to be open when people want to use it. And Higgins, I have an appreciation, is a different beach in many respects. There is year-round interest, and that's different than our experiences. We have a great deal of confidence and experience in managing other parking facilities, but it's a different experience. And so that convenience factor is important, I think. Affordability. We want to draw business. We don't want to push it away. We used taxpayer money, local and state and federal, to buy this resource. We're not in the business to make money. The business model ideally would be that it covers its costs, maintenance and capital investment into the future. Time will tell if that's true. But affordability, I think, is important. And there's certain seasonality issues associated with that as well. And then finally, it being attractive. Again, drawing business. It have amenities that really draw people to it beyond just the parking aspect. And so, again, from my perspective, those were 3 themes that I tried to keep alive in my mind as we went through. And I like to think we've touched each of those bases, but I'll let you be the final determinant in that respect. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the design team that really helped us and will walk us through the particulars. I'm sure they'll be willing to take questions as you go. Our intent, this is your first peek at this plan. We have a pretty good degree of confidence and understanding of the issues, but we're very, very interested in your comments and your input tonight. So I'm sure they'll be willing to take your comments as they come, and we'll just be a bit fluid in that, I guess. And what you'll see tonight, and I'll loop back to this, is kind of the grand master plan, what we think we'd like this to be ultimately. I should mention the other focus that we had is needing some experience. The Higgins Beach Inn has run this facility for a number of years. They had their own experience, but frankly, it was not their first priority. So that was helpful, but we really want firsthand experience so we can appreciate the intricacies of running this operation. And having said that, we also don't want to spend a lot of money initially until we have that. And so our approach clearly is the full build-out, if you will, the master plan, but we also would like to present kind of an initial scope of work that we would view certainly for the next season, and it may carry us for another season, depending on that experience. So I'll come back to that point. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Tom Saucier. Tom was the design professional that really helped us with the site plan. And take it away.
Let's just go with the master plan.
Master plan. So forgive me, this presentation is predominantly for council, so I'm going to orient it for them to see.
Point at it.
Can you see?
Yeah, I can. Thanks, Tom. Tom Saucier with Site Design Associates. We're civil engineers and landscape architects.
We prepared the first plan that you see up here is a master plan for the parking lot and the property. And you'll note that it's called a parking study and a master plan, and it's not a final plan by any mean, but it's developed as a result of the 2 public meetings we had and a lot of input from the neighbors, and trying to hear the concerns and address them as best we can with this plan. To orient you, Ocean Ave is right along here, Route 77's up here, Pearl Street comes in behind here and ends right about in this area. The existing building on the lot is right about in this area right here. The existing access into the lot is here, and right now, there's a fence along here and a fence along here, but it's pretty much just a big gravel area in these areas here. What we are showing here is a reorganization of the parking, formalizing the parking a little. Once we as engineers look at things, there are standards we have to go by to design the parking lot. We're showing a formal access in here, regrading this area, a new building here, and Stan Garon's here to talk about that further. It'd be a bathhouse and restroom facility at some point. Right here is a gated access going into the facility at some point. Maybe if this all works out, like Tom said, they're going to test it for a while and see if there's a possibility of having an automated gate there at the access, eliminating the need for an attendant. Paved access to here, and mainly because this is the main entrance, we have sidewalks along here and sidewalks along here leading from the parking lot. A common open space in front of the building, perhaps a little gathering spot around the stone that's out there, and I'm going to walk into the front porch of the building here. This plan delineates the edge of the parking. It would require some new construction, new gravel be placed in here. We went out there and dug some test pits, and probably at some point it's going to be advisable to replace the gravel. Circulation comes in here. We have a total of 62 town spaces. There's 2 handicap spaces here, a handicap space here, and the rest are just general parking spaces. We heard some, I'm going to get over there so I can see it. Hello? Stay here. We heard some parking, some concerns about some abutters about screening the parking and possibly headlights, so there's a 5-foot fence shown along this area here. And hello? Okay. We showed a 5-foot fence along here to screen this area from Pearl Street. There is a gate there now for perhaps public works or some sort of emergency access if it's necessary. We propose replacing that with a gate with similar material to the fence. The material of the fence hasn't been determined yet. And another fence along here between the parking lot and this abutter. The plan shows a separate parking lot here. Possibly it could be leased to the inn owners. It's another gravel lot with some buffering here. We've created some open space between the 2 lots to define the area between the 2 lots. Over here, we've shown that possibly if this all works out in the future and the town decides that they wanted to expand it, there is room to create a net gain of 19 to 20 to 22 spaces over here if you had a loop circulation through the site. That's not in the plan right now. That's not on the master plan, but it is a possibility. We thought it'd be worthy to point that out. As Tom said, this would be the full build out, the sidewalks, handicap parking. Utilities for the building would be another thing that would be in the full build out and the full landscaping. As Tom said, we were asked to develop a kind of a plan for an initial scope of work or something to do to get this facility open if the project moves forward, and perhaps just see how it works, how the town operates it, and what the experience is before they make too many decisions on to move forward with this. This plan shows an initial scope of work plan, again, a parking study. It's not a final design, but it shows leaving the building right here. There's an existing house on the lot out there right now. Formalizing this access, providing sidewalks along the access right now where there are none,
While we're in there and we have some of this pavement torn up, we'd suggest that an island be placed here for a future automated gate if that comes someday. That's short money now with some conduits and things like that. We've also said, right now there's gravel surface out there with a little reclaimed pavement on top. At this point, do we really need to go in there and tear all that out and redo it, re-gravel the things for a real long life? Let's look at what we can do for a little bit less money. It would be to formalize the parking here, install some gravel along here and here, shim the existing lot as necessary. As I said before, we had heard from the neighbors about the fencing, so we've included the fencing in the plan and the gate. And one thing I didn't mention on the other plan was there also is shown on both drawings a timer gate here. And the thought behind that was, and what we heard at the public meetings, is to keep the people out of this area of the lot early in the morning. That's just a desire that we heard in the neighborhood, and this would be an automated timer gate that would be installed there. A little bit of landscaping, again, maybe to separate the lots here, but there wouldn't be any improvements made to this lot at this point in time under the initial scope of work. The storm drainage would come later, and the automated gate, of course, would come later. And I think that's a pretty good summary of where we are today and how we got there.
I do have smaller versions of both the initial scope and the master plan, along with cost estimates. I'd like to share that with you. I didn't want to hand it out in advance. I wanted to keep your attention at this map, so I'll give it to you, and it's certainly something I expect you'll look at in greater detail after tonight. So as I pass that out, perhaps we can move to the next phase and have Stan Gowan talk about the other components of the plan.
Good evening. My name is Stan Gorin from Gorin Turgeon Architects. Our office is here in town on 29 Black Point Road. And to elaborate a little more on the process we went through, at the outset of the project, Tom Hall asked us to get involved and look at the existing building and how we could renovate that to include some bathhouse facilities for the public parking area. And he was adamant about really taking a hard look at that existing building and trying to really work with that to create, a simple facility that fits into the neighborhood and offers the flexibility of a toilet room area and potential showers. So what we did, and are all the councilors familiar with the building and where it is on the street?
I buy it, that's all. I'm not familiar with it.
I did bring along a photograph of the front. And so what we did is we went down and really did some extensive research in the existing building and how can we adapt it to really create the space that would be most functional. And as we went through the existing cottage, we were thinking the major problem we were going to have is handicap access. It's about 3 feet above grade in the front. And in the back of the cottage, where the site drops off, it's about 5 feet. So the first thing we were looking at to save that existing building was to build like a 30-foot ramp around it to get in the front door. And the convenience of that wasn't working out as well as we would hope for. The other thing we looked at is, could we take that cottage and drop it down to slab on grade? And after we researched the structural elements and the framing, we found that unfortunately, we would actually save money by just getting rid of that little cottage and starting over. And of course, in town with the zoning ordinances and setbacks, we were looking at demolishing that existing building, so then we were confronted with having to push it back off the street to conform to the zoning requirements. And basically, on Tom's site plan, if we, when we build a new building on that site, the front of our building will be just about at the back wall of the existing cottage, just to give you an idea on the setback. And part of the facade and the landscape treatment in the front, Tom had shown, some more benches, and really trying to, green up the space a little bit. And yet, we were very concerned about losing the context of the neighborhood and the village street. So we really looked at emulating that existing cottage with a new structure. And again, this is, as Tom Hall had mentioned, we're really in the concept stages. We're looking for input. I think we met with the folks down at Higgins Beach, and we got some valuable insight into what they thought the use of the building would be. So our initial concept, we looked at building a building that was 24 feet wide, 30 feet deep, which is the exact footprint of the existing building, and using the architectural detailing incorporated in the existing cottage. And we went to our first meeting at Higgins Beach, and basically, and it was really great input that we got from the folks there, the neighbors, and the use of the thing, and they just felt that the building was going to be too small and didn't offer enough amenities in the interior to really pick up the load of people they felt would be in this facility. So what we ended up doing is taking their comments and looking at how we could incorporate it into the building. And I think the end result, we ended up with a building that was 24 feet wide, about 41 feet deep, and that would incorporate a male and female rest area with multiple fixtures. So rather than just one person or a unisex bath there, we could really get a lot more people to use it. We incorporated a few more exterior showers that were enclosed so that the neighbors, again, wouldn't be bothered with the view of it. And a lot of the smaller details we discussed, like light fixtures that the light source wouldn't be visible to the homes in the area. How would we, control the possible demolition of the interior by rowdy groups? And again, we incorporated a lot of that into how we would finish the interior. And I think as far as a concept goes, it works really well. I think it also, in terms of meeting the load that we've discussed with the people in the area, we feel confident that this is about the smallest facility that would actually work there for the number of visitors we're expecting. And again, the existing building is about 720 square feet, and the new building is just under 1,000 square feet, slab on grade, with what we feel is a virtually indestructible interior. I hate to say that in public, but we're trying to do that. And again, this little sketch here really kind of gives you the concept that we're trying to do is keep the cottage feeling, create that porch in the front, which be accessible here to mechanical equipment and storage for the building, for toilet paper and so forth, and also access to a plumbing chase where we could just really work on the fixtures through here for winter shut-offs and heating the building. So I think generally that's about a description of where we are to date on it. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Councilor Rankart?
The existing building, is that structurally sound enough to be moved?
If it was moved intact, yes.
Because I was wondering if it might not be a possible Habitat for Humanity project.
Absolutely. Yes, for this function, it just wasn't going to work out economically, both handicap accessibility and structural requirements. But yes, that's a great idea. Could be moved.
Thank you.
Councilor Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stan, did you talk about the exterior materials and colors, or have you gone that far yet?
Well,
I guess
we're really looking at a shingled exterior.
a man-made material or a natural? Okay.
Yeah. Right now, wood shingles, not vinyl. Asphalt roof shingles, Mike, and also the interior, we're going to build out a concrete block with an epoxy finish. And can have a wood paneled exterior with rigid insulation or a shingle application.
And when you were discussing the setback requirements, does it work to the benefit of the site plan in general to have the building setback meeting the front yard requirements? Or, if not, should we explore maybe a variance option? I mean, from my understanding, that if this was a homeowner who wanted to improve that property, they may be able to do so as long as they didn't
Didn't demo the whole thing.
demo the whole thing, which means leaving some concrete block in the ground.
Yeah, actually, it works out pretty good pushing it back for grading things, because we do have that drop off, I think it's about 5 feet. And pushing it back helps the grade. I think it subdues the height of the building in relation to the other homes adjacent to it,
So it's actually, it just works out, fortunately, that adhering to the front yard requirements does enhance the site plan?
And actually, Councilor Wood, by moving the building a little bit, it freed up better parking for the Higgins Beach Inn as well. So it really worked out good.
If I could just offer one comment in that regard, or a couple perhaps. What it does do is it puts it slightly out of character to all the other streets, most of the other structures along Ocean Avenue in terms of that conforming and the others not. So it will be set back slightly more than the other structures of that size, with the notable exception of the house, the larger house just to its left, if you will, that's carved out, that white spot. But what it also affords as a public space, and there could be scores of people using this at any one time, it gives us some circulation area, some area as a public space in the front that really wouldn't be afforded, as you see in this photo below. It has very little, if no front yard.
Yeah, that was my final observation and comment, was that it looks like you made good use of the front yard to afford for that circulation and sense of public space. So, very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Alquist.
This facility would be seasonal, presumably. 3-season, is that the idea, or is that what your plan is
Well, actually,
now?
our plan is to have it available year-round.
Year-round?
Again, speaking to the demand that we're told at the beach, there is year-round interest in use. So our expectation would be to build it such that it could handle year-round use. At this point, with new construction, I think it makes sense to provide for that option.
Yeah.
Those are
Yeah, I just
operational
wanted to
issues
clarify
that we can
That's great.
modify with experience, but it's incrementally more expensive now than to retrofit in the future.
It's beautiful. I bet it has a beautiful price tag, too.
It's on the back of the
Yeah, it's
page.
right there.
Well, I haven't given you the price tag on the building yet.
I guess my question is, resounding is money. Money is the motivator of everything. Is there something else here that can be done that, I mean, I know Tom's just handing us this, but, is there another avenue that we can go down here that has something maybe more simplistic? The dirt versus, I mean, it functions as a parking lot now, and yes, we need a facility, and I understand and appreciate needing to build a facility, but I'm kind of looking at this going,
Well, there's always the no-build option, absolutely. What we're talking about, and many of you who know this location probably scratch your head and say, why did it take them 8 months to come up with a plan? It doesn't look materially different than what was there. There are some unique design constraints that we're trying to work around and work with, if you will. The cost for the initial scope, if you will, and I passed that around, you'll know the difference. Look at the name on the front, if you will. If you turn to the back, including contingencies, it's about a $120,000 investment to get us to the initial scope, which does all the underground work, if you will, provides for the paved internal access drive, establishes the curb lines and sidewalks. and certainly all the fencing to make sure we're good neighbors from day one, if you will. The next phases are things that we would recommend we wait on, frankly, until we have some experience. I have provided estimates to get us through the full build-out of the master plan as well. And the building itself, as depicted here and is initially scoped out, is about a $290,000 expense. Now, council may recall, you have already allotted $300,000 toward this cause. That's separate and aside from the purchase effort. We certainly have spent some money getting to this point with the design professionals. So that money is available, and we clearly can accomplish this initial scope of work within the funds we have. This would be a matter for future budget discussions. And again, our design philosophy was, let's not pave it all. Let's not spend the money until we have some experience. Let's certainly not add the additional parking until we have some sense that it's actually necessary and in demand. So we're sensitive to the money issues.
I have one other question, just because I'm starting just to set something straight for me. You were speaking in reference to some parking for the inn on this project. Is this a separate parking that is different from the parking in front of the inn that we're going to be addressing later? Is this an addition to that parking as well, or is this the parking you're talking about?
No, this is separate in addition to. And I guess I'll speak to this. As Tom pointed out, what's shown here is an improved space, although it really is just gravel. We're not looking at curb and all those sorts of things. It establishes approximately 9 to 10 spaces. And the notion would be, subject to negotiation, of course, that we would come up with a long-term lease or a lease of some sort, and lease out those spaces. It does a couple of things. And one of the reasons we've delegated or looked at this area for this purpose is that one of the constraints we're faced with, particularly if we build the bathhouse as proposed, it's too narrow to be able to get parking on both sides. And so it's not terribly efficient for public purposes, parking purposes. And it really works quite well for the single loaded parking. It also can be afforded its separate access off Ocean Avenue, so it doesn't have to compete with the activity in the lot. And frankly, from a business point of view, having some guaranteed revenue via a lease as opposed to catch-as-you-can revenue when the sun shines or the surf's up is not a bad thing either. And I guess lastly, there seemed to be a resounding interest from at least those that attended the meetings to help support a long-standing business in Higgins Beach. So that's the thinking behind it.
Councilor Rancourt?
I just had a couple of other questions on the site itself, not on the building. It appears that you're thinking of not developing the left-hand side parking. What's the philosophy for that?
Well, two, I think we need to have demonstrated demand before we make the investment. Also, there is some permitting and regulatory issues that we'll have to work through. Perhaps 2/3 of this area is classified as some sort of wetlands. It's of small enough size that we think we can get permitting to develop that area, but it's not without some effort and cost.
And would that have the same problems as the property you're talking about, perhaps for the inn? Would it only be one-sided parking there, or is it wide enough to have a drive down the middle and parking on both sides?
We believe it's wide enough. In fact, Tom's laid out in this some diagonal parking configuration that approximates 20 spaces.
And finally, I think I heard, I'm not sure, so I want to be corrected. Did I hear you say that at some point we might pave this?
That's not the intention.
Yeah.
Part of the engineering analysis, the only way to ensure people are parking the right spaces, or one way to ensure, is to line them.
Yeah.
If you don't establish the space, it's hard for people to know where to park. Historically, what's happened here, and some of the attendants that have worked, I've heard stories, there's one woman in particular who's particularly good and might be able to get 135 cars in here, whereas other attendants aren't quite as attentive to where the folks are parking and might get 80. That really really requires hands-on someone directing each car parking, because when that first car parks incorrectly, it throws it all
Everything
off.
goes, yeah.
So the only way to assure that is to have line spaces. And we've wrestled with how do you line space unless it's paved? And I think our initial proposal is to have parking stops, those prefab concrete parking stops. They're fairly cheap. And they'll at least establish a notion of where a car is to park. There's still the potential for haphazard parking, we know that.
Right. I mean, I was just concerned about impervious versus
It's cost,
non-impervious.
it's stormwater control, and we don't think it's necessary until, again, there's a demonstrated need for it.
Thank you.
Counselor Alquist?
Tom, you said 62 spaces. Is that the spaces along the back, all those? That's not counting the ones on the side or the futures?
Correct.
Sides.
62.
How many do you figure total would be if everything was developed out?
Well, it looks something in the order of 83 or 4, perhaps.
And then there's got to be some on the other side, too, that how many would you think could get in there?
9 or 10.
9 or 10.
Thanks.
Counselor Hobart?
What if the building, out of curiosity, if we already, like I said, potentially might be renting some spaces somewhere else. So what if, instead of having spaces built in here, that building, can it be rotated? You know, if you rotated it just so that it's facing the other way, you could get more spaces out of that right there, correct?
I'll have to defer to the engineers. The challenge is you need to be able to circulate traffic through, so you really need to carefully lay it out. And so I'll hesitate in answering that question. Perhaps you can. One of the consequences, and it runs counter to what we tried to accomplish, I think, by putting this building broadside, if you will, to the road, I think it then sticks out a bit like a sore thumb, that it doesn't really look in character with the rest of the houses. But that's a consideration we might have to live with. Tom, I don't know if you have any more.
Or even sliding it over, maybe, so that...
Sliding here?
Sliding it more, yes, towards that property line to achieve more spaces.
That's certainly possible.
Just trying to get, well, again, what we tried to do was kind of honor the neighborhood and the building facing the street, the front porch on the street. We have the abutters, the existing house next door is right here. I think if you turn it, I think you're going to fragment the parking lot too much. But certainly it's something we can consider. We're still in concept stage.
Yeah, the other consideration we tried to keep is really trying to be a good neighbor. If the activity happens as we expect it will be a fairly active place certain times of the day. And the closer those sorts of activities are to private residences, I think that we can expect some conflicts. So this location is kind of equidistant between the existing structures. That's another part of the rationale. Believe me, there are, as I said earlier, there's constraints that we would, Tom would love the ability of having all this area, having a blank canvas to work with, but we don't have that. We did entertain, and I did talk to the new owner of this house, and just for conversation purposes, asked if they'd be willing to swap land of equal size somewhere else on our property, so we could actually have a square or rectangle to work with rather than this odd shape that we're left with, and that, for many reasons, became way too complicated. So the issues of, I just want to make sure I touch on some of the operational issues that I know Bruce Gulfer is all too interested in. After all, it'll be his staff that's tasked with running this. Ultimately, we believe having an automated system, a gate, would be best for a number of reasons. And it really harkens back to the themes I mentioned earlier. We understand there being early morning use. Fishermen and others are there at daybreak. Depending on the weather, they're there till twilight, I'm sure. There's year-round interest. Those sorts of things are different than our other beaches, pretty uniquely different. We can't fathom the idea of having an attendant there every time, at all times when people want to be there. It's just not going to be cost-effective. So the way around that is to have an automated system. The other advantage of that is that we can do it on an hourly basis, and I think some folks spoke to you earlier this evening about not needing or wanting to be there for the day and spend $10 perhaps, but go for an hour and a half. And one of the unique things about Higgins Beach, I've come to appreciate, is that the tide really cleans the beach off twice a day. There's not much room left over at high tide. So depending on the day, someone might want to go down there for an hour and a half, not for 4. So that hourly benefit would be of, I think, some interest long-term. Having an attendant on an hourly basis, I think, is problematic. You're chalking tires, and I can just envision some real challenges managing that type of system. So those were our ultimate goals, but I think we need to have some experience before we take that next financial step. So we're kind of left with how do we deal with it in the near term. It strikes us that having a flat rate, perhaps less than $10, is the way to go, again, in recognition that the typical beachgoer isn't there for the full day for all sorts of reasons. And then off-season, and we'll get into this a bit further later in the meeting, I suspect, to really have it open and free for folks to use, and we want to encourage use. We don't want fees to be a barrier to use, certainly. All of that will affect our potential revenue, no question. That's a consideration in all of this.
Manager Hall, what do you envision as the next steps? This is the concept. I mean, the details, the finite details are what need to be, worked on.
We certainly need to receive planning board advisory opinion. I'm not sure if we're ready to go there. We're testing it tonight with you. If there are vehement objections, I think we need to go back and rework this, but that's clearly a step we need to accomplish. I'd like to think that we could do certain things. We're going to be in an operational capacity for this coming season. And so an option is to certainly do nothing and operate it largely the way it has been. But I'd like to think that we could spend some time over the winter months and early spring months working through our local planning process. We do have available budget to do at least the initial phase, and I would expect this would be a conversation piece of your upcoming budget. And it certainly remains to be seen if it fits into your priorities.
Do you envision more meetings, community meetings, or general meetings here for public input? Because I think, as we're seeing, there are people that are very much interested in Higgins Beach that don't reside in Higgins Beach.
Certainly, we're willing to do that. I suspect the operational issues will be the piece that gets most interest in terms of when it's open, how much are we charging, is it included in the beach pass? I can't stand here and I have my own opinions, but I think that's a process we need to work through, and maybe we'll know more as you wrestle with some of the other issues on your agenda tonight. But clearly, those are issues yet to be finalized and resolved. Whatever we do, again, I view this as a bit of an experiment. That the fee structure and all of those details can be changed as we have some experience.
Basically, however, we could operate it as is in the upcoming, once the lease is completed.
That's always been an option, yes.
Any other questions, Councilor?
Yeah, I had just a couple. One is, out of the 62 parking spaces, what percentage of those have to be handicapped? 3? And I have some questions about the time gate concept. Just from what you just said, about sometimes it's low tide early in the morning. But so if we had a lot of people coming because of low tide earlier in the morning, would the gate be more flexible to be able to be open if one part of the parking lot fills up early? Or would it definitely be an hourly timer?
Well, even with an automated system, we're not going to turn our back and never look at it. I think it's still going to require some fairly constant oversight and supervision. The technology is certainly there to have the system count the number of spaces, cars in and out, and know how many spaces are available. We also talked about some advance notice, placard signage that we could either put at the, right at Ocean Avenue, to avoid any kind of bottleneck, people getting in there, and then what do you do when the gate doesn't open because the lot's full? and possibly putting one as far out as Spurwink to discourage people from even coming down Ocean Avenue if the lot is full. Those are things that I think we've talked about, I know we've talked about, and I think we're prepared to do. But the beauty of that system is it could be operated on an hourly basis. I mean, all of us have used these automated systems, Portland or wherever, and you can establish the fee structure and use it as you wish. And I think probably a barrier to use today, I'm told, that even in the most beautiful day in the summer, that lot is not necessarily full. And that suggests to me, and at the same time, I should note, there's people parking as far away as the other side of Spurwink Avenue walking to the beach. That tells me that the fee is a barrier to people, because it's certainly more convenient, it's closer.
Thank you.
Do you need any action from us tonight?
I don't believe so. Again, barring any vehement objection, I think we'd like to move forward and at least get the planning board's comments. We value their input, and we can agree to come back and talk to the council once we have that in hand.
Any other questions from council?
No, thank you.
Thank
Very well, thank you very
Tom.
much.
While they're doing that stuff there, I want to preface, this is starting of the old business. You need to allow us first to act on the request for reconsideration. Once we do that, then again, there will be public input time, and you're in line first. And I will take comments on all three of the items, okay? Because that was confusing last time. I will explain, however, that the reason we separated them out was 103 needs to be done. We need drop-off spaces. And Acorn Lane was included with that. And then the next two items being the Bayview parking and parking on the streets issue was the hottest item. And certainly the parking by the inn is another separate item. And that's why we separated them out. If we lump them all together, if one thing brings it down, they all go down, okay? So that's why we separated them, but I will take comments on all of them. So we'll begin the process. Just give us a chance to hopefully reconsider, and then we'll go from there.
Order number 10-112 is move approval on the request for reconsideration of order number 10-103 as follows. It would be a first reading and schedule a public hearing on the proposed amendments to 601, the Town of Scarborough Traffic Ordinance, Section 29, parking restrictions, subsection 2, Higgins Beach, from April 1st to October 1st of each year, subsections C and D.
Madam Chairman, I move approval of order number 10-112.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? The item is reconsidered. So we are on item 10-103. We need to, we're all set. I will allow public comment on any of the three items, 103, 104, 105. Please try to stay to your 3 minutes, because if it gets to be 11 o'clock again, the council's going to get grumpy. We're not going to get a chance to discuss it, and you're not going to know where we're coming from. So try to be brief, try not to repeat the previous person's point. If it's not new information, I think we've heard pretty much all the arguments, but certainly try to keep it brief. And I will time you. I'll put my hand up when you're getting close to 3 minutes, and hopefully we can move it along pretty fast. Thank you. Just give me a name and address.
Good evening. My name's Dan Porta, and I live at number 8 White Sands Lane, down at Higgins Beach. We're down near the river. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments on in supporting some kind of restrictions on the parking situation down at the beach. I would just like to say, based on especially the presentation that we saw here tonight, in addition to the citizens of Scarborough actually purchasing this land and going to the expense of trying to improve this parking site, I think that the citizens of Scarborough and the residents of the local area, Higgins Beach, have gone to extraordinary measures not to restrict access to this beach, but to provide access and to maintain access for a long time and well into the future. So I think that to frame it otherwise is really is not accurate. So I think that the town is making and the citizens are making an enormous effort to try to figure out how to keep public access to this beach viable. The other thing that I would just like to mention in terms of public use of the beach, are visitors using the beach, people who don't live there year-round, is that quite a bit, back to the point of not trying to restrict use, quite a bit of the beachfront property is actually private property, as the gentleman before me was beginning to speak about. Most of the oceanfront homes, or any of the, whether it's on the frontal dune or waterfront property on the back dune, most people's property lines extend well onto the beach or into the marsh, and these areas are used by the public at all times. I don't know anyone who has any desire to try to restrict people from using those private properties or using space on people's private, within their private property boundaries. So I think that, again, even the immediate residents at the beach are really quite accommodating to a wide variety of visitors, both from Scarborough and elsewhere, coming to use that beautiful resource. The other point that I would just like to make in terms of the proximity of the parking lot itself is that I think that we should keep in mind that that parking lot is actually closer to the beach than many of the people who actually live and reside there year-round houses are to the beach. So the people that actually live there may have to have a further walk from their own driveway down to the beach. So I think this is a convenient spot, and I'm actually not aware, maybe there are, but I'm not aware of too many other places along the entire coast of Maine where you can just pull up along a road and at a beachfront area and get out of your car unrestricted parking for as long as you want. Having public access does not come without rules and restrictions so that everybody can make good use of it, both the immediate residents and the guests as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And folks can use the tall mic is working. It's just you need to be sure that you speak into it.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Bill Eager. My wife and I reside at 22 Houghton Street. We are supporters of safe and responsible access, public access to Higgins Beach. Our support includes support of the parking facility now owned by the town and also by the resolution of the ad hoc committee for Higgins Beach parking. I want to read just something to you right out of your website. It describes Higgins Beach. I quote, "A sandy beach located within a quaint residential neighborhood dating from the late 1800s, Higgins Beach is a small, private beach with public access to it. The beach is maintained by both the Higgins Beach Association and the town." That's an end of the quote, and on that attachment, you can see that quote. I have attached a copy of the quote to my statements. At the December 1st meeting, the council meeting, I took special note of comments by two council members. The first said that he needed to correct many callers who erroneously believed that there was going to be no public access to Higgins Beach. The second council member said that he also had similar conversations with callers. He explained to all present that it would easily cost the town $1 million to complete the parking lot, much of which had already been spent. In several public discussions, issues of Higgins Beach, there have been other suggestions and I think misconceptions. Higgins Beach and Ferry Beach are alike is one of the misconceptions, and that the rules of Ferry Beach should apply to Higgins Beach. In my view, this is a very serious misconception. Let me elaborate quickly. Ferry Beach is a town-owned, maintained public beach with a for-fee public parking lot, restrooms, showers, public boat launch, and snack stand.
all in a non-residential area. To reach Ferry Beach, you use Ferry Road, a two-lane road with shoulders on both sides of the road. You travel a tenth of a mile, pass less than a dozen homes. You then go 2/10 of a mile through a golf course, and that ends at the Land's End is at the parking lot. There are no parking signs along Ferry Road. That's true. These are to prevent people seasonal parking and prevent people from avoiding paying the parking fee. There's a 2/10 of a mile buffer between the parking facility and any home at Ferry Beach. Higgins Beach, as described in the town website, is a private beach with public access, reachable only via Ocean Avenue, a two-lane highway with no shoulders. Ocean Avenue and other Higgins Beach streets make up one of the most densely populated communities in Maine. There are approximately 340 homes, 2 hotels, and an apartment house. The average size lot is 50 by 100. That's 8 homes per acre. The purpose of parking signs at Higgins Beach is to provide safety for residents and visitors, not to defeat those searching for free parking. The single thing Ferry Beach and Higgins Beach have in common is the word beach in their name. I have an additional comments which you have and you can read. Thank you very much.
Melissa Curfew, 31 Morning Street. I'm a year-round resident of Higgins Beach, and I'm a fifth-generation Higgins Beacher. Higgins Beach is a small, densely settled neighborhood. Over half of the homes have been held for 20 or more years. Many have been in the same family for generations. For the past 10 years, between 3 and 7 summer cottages have been rebuilt into year-round homes each year. Currently, approximately 70% of the houses at Higgins are year-round. Higgins is an established and growing year-round neighborhood. For the past several years, I have been one of the people who informally coordinates communication among Higgins Beach property owners about town issues. In that role, I represent 268 homeowners at the beach who have signed the following petition. Quote, "We, the undersigned owners at Higgins Beach, support providing year-round, responsible access to Higgins Beach in a manner that addresses safety and other parking issues that adversely impact our neighborhood. We believe the best way to accomplish these objectives is to provide year-round access to the town-owned lot on Ocean Avenue and to prohibit on-street parking year-round," unquote. The petition was circulated by many people and only amongst property owners. Its purpose was to give the neighborhood a voice in this discussion. It was never meant to compete with any opposing petition. It represents a significant portion of the Higgins Beach owners and shows remarkable solidarity in the neighborhood. I am proud to say that all of the signatories stand in agreement with the other people you have been hearing with who want to preserve access to Higgins. We feel the same way. Here's where our viewpoints differ. The signatories of the Higgins Beach petition believe that the parking lot provides reasonable access to the beach. Along with the rest of Scarborough, we supported the purchase of the parking lot with our tax dollars. We advocated for facilities, bathrooms and changing areas that would allow people to access the beach responsibly. We acknowledge that the parking lot is 300 yards from the beach. Since the average Higgins Beach resident walks about 200 yards to get to the beach, the walk from the parking lot does not seem unreasonable. In the past 30 years, there have been 3 comprehensive studies undertaken about parking at Higgins: 1980, 1998, and the current study. All have reached nearly identical conclusions: purchase the lot and eliminate all or most of on-street parking. With the 2010 purchase of the parking lot, owners saw the chance to fulfill this key recommendation from the 2 previous studies. Here was a way to accommodate the public with access to the beach and to the bathroom and changing facilities they need while protecting the residential nature of our neighborhood. It was a win-win situation. We believe the parking lot and facilities will improve the visitor's experience while at the same time preserve our neighborhood.
We look forward to the public's enhanced access to the beach. Thank you.
My name is Connie Martin. I have lived at Higgins Beach for 70 of my 72 years. 40 of these years as a summer resident and 30 as a permanent resident on Houghton Street and now at 9 Higgins Creek. My family is now the 5th generation to live there. Not surprisingly, there have been considerable changes at Higgins, most of which have contributed to major safety issues, which I want to address. The density of the Higgins Beach neighborhood, the narrow streets, the lack of sidewalks, shown by a series of pictures which I do believe you have copies of. The first picture of the school bus documents the challenge faced by school bus drivers when driving the streets at Higgins. The driver and our children should not be placed in this situation. There are times when there's that much space between the bus and the car. Then there are the emergency vehicles which need to be able to get to homes and cottages. The narrowness of the streets, the density of the housing present unique safety problems for Scarborough Rescue and Fire. There are actually houses at Higgins Beach with 6 abutters. Try getting to those residences in an emergency, even with no vehicle parked on the street. I've seen fire trucks turn into a street and have to back up and then go forward in order to make the corner. What if a vehicle were parked in their way? In the winter with snowbanks, our roads are even narrower. It is a challenge driving by parked vehicles and pedestrians, and sometimes vehicles are not even allowed, don't even get moved for plowing. Once the plowed-in vehicles drive away, our street is left with an unplowed and unsafe condition until the next storm or until the snow melts. Another safety concern is, for most of us who own property, is backing out of a driveway or backing up to an access on-street parking spot. Why is backing up such a concern at Higgins? Because the streets are used for recreation, as is shown in the photos. The properties at Higgins are small, no sidewalks, so everyone recreates in the streets. Walkers, joggers, bikers, skateboarders, street hockey players, and basketball players. They have their net on the side of the road. When creating new neighborhoods, the comprehensive plan requires sidewalks. We already walk. We walk without sidewalks and on a year-round basis. The walkers are Higgins Beach residents, renters, residents and employees of Piper Shores who come over, residents who reside on Acorn Lane and on 77, and people who drive from their homes to walk our streets.
Can you start summarizing, please?
Sure. When vehicles take over Bayview, the character of the neighborhood is changed, and depending on the number of vehicles, pedestrian activities are discovered. We have not had any accidents at Higgins Beach, fortunately. Not yet, but look at the pictures. The potential is there, and it always has been there. When it comes to safety, it is negligent if we are not proactive. Let's not wait for a tragedy to occur before addressing these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Bombacci. I'm a Scarborough High School graduate, a resident of Bayview Avenue. Bill and Margaret Ramos have a home on Bayview as well and have a bird's eye view of Higgins Beach. They couldn't make it tonight, but they did ask me to read a short letter that they wrote on November 17th. Dear counselors, as homeowners at Higgins Beach, my wife and I would like to share with you quality of life concerns. Problems we see in front of our house are a visual analog of the age-old question of whether a tree falling in a forest makes a sound if no one is around to hear it. When Higgins was comprised of seasonal cottages with fewer year-round residents, there was almost nobody in the forest to hear the trees falling. Over the past dozen years, a change has occurred. Higgins is now called home by an ever-increasing year-round population, and the number of surfers using the beach has exploded. We understand these trends are likely to continue. Thus, the sound of trees falling is being heard, or in this case, being seen by an increasing number of people. The trees falling is, of course, a metaphor for the disrespectful behavior exhibited by many of those parking on the streets. Let me refer you to the tab in the booklet entitled Behavior. The first 4 pages are pictures I took during late this fall, and I would ask you to briefly examine them. While these pictures represent activity viewed over randomly selected 3 days, we witness this on every day of good surfing. From sunlight to sunset, surfers strip down to underwear, wrap a towel around their hips, and tug and pull. The street has become an outdoor locker room, putting aside for the moment exposing themselves from the occasional dropped towel. The act of changing attire in public is not appropriate. We've seen enough plumber's cracks to last a lifetime. Would the council consider this behavior acceptable in other neighborhoods, in front of your own house? Several of the photos show people urinating, and I made no real effort to record this behavior. This happens often in the vacant lot across from us, on the Ashton Beach Path, on the dunes near the street, both men and women, and it's all long-term parkers. Dog walkers aren't the ones urinating in front of my house. We appear to now be a destination resort, given the number of out-of-state RVs and the like setting up camp on the street. Beach chairs are unfolded like a tailgate party. Charcoal grills are used. People are drinking on the street. Property owners' yards and fences are used to wax boards or hang wetsuits. People park in front of driveways. Twice this year, surfers parked in our driveway while we were home. God knows how often this has happened when we weren't there. We urge you to implement a time-limited parking approach as presented to you by the Ad hoc Parking Committee. Any untimed parking on Bayview will hurt our neighborhood and deprive short-term parkers of the access they deserve. And since the short-term parkers seem to be mostly Scarborough residents, we hope the council will promote their interests. Finally, we want to say thank you for buying the parking lot to preserve access to the public. Let's now use it to solve our problems and promote the access we all want. Sincerely, Bill and Margaret Ramus.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am Giff Reed, 23 Houghton Street, Scarborough, and I want to address the set of data which appears in section of the booklet before you marked data. If you could turn to that area, please. The purpose of collecting this data was to determine who parks at Higgins Beach in the off-season and what is the demand for parking by surfers and by the general public. This data records the number of cars and surfers present at Higgins Beach throughout each day from November 6th through December 13th. If you look at the data in bar graph form on page 6, please. You can readily see the parking along Bayview rises and falls in every instance with the number of surfers at the beach. If there are a lot of surfers, there are a lot of cars parking. If there are a lot of surfers, if there are few surfers, there are few cars parking. This pattern holds for every time of every day recorded, and anyone can verify this data. There are 2 important conclusions that can be drawn from this data. First, the parking demand by the general public, non-surfers, is small. That need would be easily met by the parking spaces recommended by the Ad hoc Committee. And that's true even under peak demand conditions. Thanksgiving Day, November 25th, a traditional day for people to do family walks, is always a popular day at Higgins Beach. It was a beautiful sunny day at the beach, no surf. While there was a constant flow of people on the beach, parking never topped 7 cars. The The second conclusion is that on any busy surf day, people who would like to park at one of the convenient spots on Bayview, where you can see the ocean from your car or easily access the granite beaches, seats, or the beach itself. Those places are all taken up with surfer cars. The data from November 6th to November 14th shows higher surfer parking. If 20 surfer cars are parked along Bayview, which is pretty much the average from November 6th to the 14th, any other visitor would be able to get near the desirable spaces. The bottom line is, if you have an untimed parking spaces along Bayview, you will provide wonderfully convenient parking for the surfers, many of whom are from out of town, and you will have severely restricted convenient parking for all other beachgoers, most of whom are Scarborough residents. Any untimed parking along Bayview also burdens the neighborhood with surfer misconduct that has been so fully documented. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I repeat, please? We need to keep it to 3 minutes. Again, it is first reading tonight, and the council still has not had an opportunity to discuss these issues. The information is good. It's not new information, and I did ask for anything that was new information, because I'd like to move the process along, at least get through the first reading tonight, so that you have some substance to come back to us, because we have to have a public hearing in January, and we're going to get all of this information again. So, and there may be some new information that you'll have by then. So if we can try to expedite it so that we can at least put it on the table and start discussing the items. Thank you.
Point well made, and I will try to keep my comments brief. My name is Russ Kivatiski. I live at 386 Black Point Road. I used to live at Higgins Beach year-round for 9 years, next to the parking lot. And I guess, you know, I've been away for a year. I'm not really right on top of exactly all the, what I would consider to some degree, you know, sort of us versus them types of arguments. So the point that I want to make, and I hope it is new, is that I was there for 9 years, year-round. I have grandchildren. We take care of 3 of our granddaughters. We walked from the parking lot, more or less, to the beach almost every day. With all the little girls, a 9-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 2-year-old. It can be done. It's not impossible. It's not that big a deal. I was glad to hear, I was anxious to hear what the town manager would say about the proposed plans. I think he's wise in trying to provide access for everybody from an hourly visitor all the way to a day. So it's just, I don't have that data. It's just my one anecdotal evidence of walking for 9 years from the parking lot to the beach with kids. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Diane Garofalo, one of the owners of the Higgins Beach Inn, along with Bob Westberg, my husband, who's also in the audience. And I'm actually here to talk about order number 105. Is that acceptable at this time?
Yes.
Okay.
At the outset, said I would take comments on all 3 items, and then we can proceed along on the items once all the comments are made for those 3 items.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
As owners of one of Scarborough's most historic inns, we do appreciate this item actually being on the agenda tonight. As you're aware, the Higgins Beach Ad Hoc Parking Committee recommended in a 5-to-1 vote that the Higgins Beach Inn should maintain control of the parking spaces along Greenwood Avenue at no cost to the inn. Also included in your package of information for tonight should be a petition that has been signed by approximately 100 Beach and Scarborough residents who support the inn's exclusive use of these spaces. For a little bit of history, the Higgins Beach Inn is one of Scarborough's oldest existing businesses, having opened its doors to visiting guests since the early 1900s. When the Higgins family first decided to rent rooms at $1 a night, including meals, guests were arriving then by horse and buggy. At that time, the lawn of the inn met the dirt road that is now Greenwood Avenue. Guests would tie up their horse and carriages along Greenwood Avenue and stay at the inn. For the next 90-plus years, guests staying at the inn would regularly park along Greenwood Avenue and on the lawn behind the inn. When the town of Scarborough decided to extend the sewer system throughout Higgins Beach, the owner of the inn at that time made a handshake agreement with the town. He would allow the town to stage their construction equipment on the inn property, and in return, the town would remove part of his lawn along Greenwood Avenue and put down pavement for inn parking. When the town of Scarborough decided it was necessary to repair the storm drain system throughout the Higgins Beach area a few years ago, the town's contractor also approached the inn and asked us if they could use the Higgins Beach parking lot, which we have leased for the past 10 years, and our inn property to stage equipment, piping, gravel, etc. This was done in the fall, winter, and spring, so the project didn't affect any of our business. In return, the contractor, with an agreement from the town's project engineer, agreed to pave the remaining gravel on Greenwood Avenue where guests parked to stay at the inn. During the 14 years that Bob and I have owned the inn, we have regularly seal-coated, striped, swept, and plowed these parking spaces along Greenwood Avenue. In fact, during each winter we have owned the inn, we have had a portion of these spaces plowed so that parents could park their cars while dropping off or waiting for their children to get off the school bus. The only time the town has attended to these spaces in the past 15 years that we've owned the inn was when a storm drain was installed a few years ago, and the entire length of Greenwood was repaved. The inn continues to maintain these spaces today. That was a very brief history of the parking spaces along Greenwood Avenue.
You're at over 3 minutes. Can you summarize?
Sure, I'll wrap it up. What's more important is that these spaces mean what the spaces actually mean to the Higgins Beach Inn. When we purchased the inn in 1997, most people today can still remember what condition it was in. As I stand here tonight, I can honestly tell you that every penny the inn has ever earned and more has been put back into restoring a historic piece of property. Working with the town manager to negotiate a license agreement for these parking spaces is really critical to the ongoing operation of our small business. The inn would have difficulty surviving should we lose approximately 50% of the controlled parking spaces we have today. We would have to rethink how we could continue operating both the inn and the restaurant in its current state. Taking these actions would seemingly sound like no big deal, but it is much more important than restructuring our business. It would actually mean reshaping the neighborhood. We are at a loss on how we could proceed with maintaining this beautiful piece of property for our neighbors, their friends, and their families to enjoy. We hope that you see this issue as we do. It's much more than the right of 14 parking spaces, but rather it's a request that you help us preserve an important historical part of this community. Thank you.
Susan Thompson, property owner, 1 Ocean Ave. I've come to the beach since the 40s. I played at the Higgins Inn with the son of the owner in the early 50s. I attended dances next door at the clubhouse. I have copies from your own records of the boundary lines, both the initial layout of the beach and the current layout of the beach. Greenwood Avenue is a straight line. It didn't indent to include these parking places. I guess I'm here selfishly because I am a property owner. I'm scared to death that suddenly you'll decide to take some of my front yard. I was on the board of directors for 10 years to the property next door. If you chose to take their front yard, it would affect the functions there. I'm asking you why this is even on the record. They did favors for the town, and now this is what the result is. They're going to make us very nervous to do favors for the town in the future.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Chris Taylor, and I live at 5 Marcia Street. I am not a surfer. I am a father of 3 kids, and I enjoy taking my kids to the beach and taking my parents on the beach and walking my dog. I rarely go for 30 minutes. I know we have some separate issues. We're talking about the lot, and I think that's a great thing. I'm here in support of the lot and maintaining the parking right by the beach. I don't think there's many people I know of that go to the beach for 30 minutes, so that doesn't seem to work for many people. One of my favorite moments of coming to Higgins Beach is seeing the many things going on. The rugby players I used to see there doing push-ups. At the same time, there's surfers and children, the elderly, kayakers might be out there, readers, people walking their dogs, families. And that's that kind of diversity that I really enjoy seeing, and I kind of worry about with these new provisions. I think the lot is a good idea to add, but I think that anytime you're kind of taking away or limiting, that's going to be seen as a barrier. I don't know what the deal is going to be with paying for the lot, and we talked a little bit